Okay, audio test. 1, 2, 3. Seems okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are building a game with no game engine. So we are going to wrap up a few loose ends today. First thing, just get them off the plate, and then we're gonna revamp our code measurement, our productivity measurement. We'll take a look at several things just to see what they all look like. I don't have a strong background in code metrics, but if you're going to measure programmer productivity, you need something better than lines of code. And maybe even, well, I don't know. So we're going to be doing mostly we're going to look at different things with respect to Git. Since Git lets us roll back to the different weeks, we'll look at each week individually, and maybe we'll look at a month all together. Try and figure out how productive we've been. So that's the plan. And yeah, so let's write up our loose ends I want to tackle today. For tasks, I want to center cursor when no text in text edit. That should be fairly simple. Add a bit more to the about text. Oop. What else? I know I have a couple of items on my to-do list. This one is annoying. This one is annoying. I think I want to save those for a Monday warm-up task. And tech that revisiting all the STD containers I'm using could be good. For a Monday type of task. However, once that's done, next week, basically all of this moves up into let's get this game done. We gotta do all this stuff. At which point we move into basically business and polish mode. Making it smaller, compressing my data, figuring out what the heck to do about that. A lot of business related stuff. I would like to test some performance differences in a couple of areas. Integrate Steam. So we are looking pretty good. My initial estimate when I started streaming almost 8 weeks ago was 3 to 6 months. Right now we are 8 weeks in on streaming, and honestly, we've gotten a ton of work done in those 8 weeks. So I'm feeling pretty good about my 3 to 6 month initial estimate. What'll probably kill me is this stuff. This one. Maybe this one. Basically, those are the things I'm least familiar with, comfortable with. I don't have a good way to estimate the time on these. Everything else should be manageable within my 3 to 6 month estimate. So let's finish up the second month of programming. Yeah, I'll save these for Monday, and then we can start on this task, which might take 2 days, maybe longer. Yeah, we'll see. It shouldn't take too long to get through that all. Okay, so yeah, let's not add anything more to our tasks. I actually wrote better notes on a different project your to-do list. So let's go steal that. And actually, this doesn't really belong in this to-do list at all. Okay. So I think that's our list for the day. We'll see how that goes. I don't have anywhere in particular to be, so if I need to roll past 5 o'clock, I can. So get your favorite beverage ready. Let's get started. Okay, text edit. Let me see if I can show what's going on here. If we run it, we go into our sandbox and we delete all the text. It does not realign the cursor if there's no text. I know why. I think I know how to fix it. So let's go text. I think this one's a simple one. Yes, this one. If there is no text, we still have to position the cursor. Therefore, maximum x is 0. Our first quad index can be -1. Our quad index can be 0. 0. And that should do it. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully. Back into the sandbox, we delete everything. And then, oh. I don't know if I want to duplicate that or move it outside. Actually, let's just move it outside, I guess. Since we do it whether we have text or not. Make a difference. Oh. Let's do it like this. Center. That is not centered. As soon as we put a letter in, it should. Oh, interesting. It is not calling that at all. Not that one. Let's go by center. As soon as I I have to add a quad. But not a space. A space doesn't count. A space does not force it to change. Let's try this. Instead of looking at the number of characters, look at the number of quads we have to draw. That did not realign anything. Neither did that space. Curious. Ugh. Let's just take a look, shall we? TextLen, batch quad count. Okay, we're getting a lot of junk. TextLen 1, quad count 1. Well, when I delete that last character or type a space, it does not update that. Well, well. So we set the empty string. Okay, an empty string is not a null pointer. You can check for empty strings, that's easy to do. Setting the empty string, it should still have gotten 0. Right. Oh, now we're crashing. Cursor offsets. Hmm. Okay, therefore, underscore cursor offsets wherever we're writing that thing is in copy text. So if we never go to copy text, we have some offsets. Delete them. And then we make new ones. Given our text len. Because this branch never calls copy text. Neither does that one. Okay. Then copy text. Is deleted or not above. Okay, try that. Apparently we did not. Still blowing up at the same point. Is null print underscore xlen is 0. So our text edit is setting the cursor position before we have any cursor position. Okay. I'll set text here. Oh. Okay, how much more cursor? 0, 0. I think one of these needs to be a -1. Now I can't remember. 0, -1. Let's just copy this line. We need to start with a cursor position. To get this to work at all. Okay. Run it. Oh my. Assertion failed. For Pete's sake. Okay. Clean and debug. I guess we're doing a full build already. This is supposed to be an easy one. Shouldn't be too hard. In theory. Really? OpenGL shader. I love that I've never gotten a useful error code out of OpenGL. Always fun. Why would that be failing? Okay, well, breakpoint at shader, CP line 30. Run it. Oh, it's gonna. Oh. Okay, okay. So this is a useless thing. Which shader? It's probably a text shader inside of a text edit. Why is my shader all of a sudden not loading? I do not know. We've only changed things with regards to the cursor positions. So this is a little bit setting. Boom. Even more interesting. Hmm. Hmm. There isn't really a good way to break if this condition is not it. Hmm. Okay, let me see. I cannot bind my shader. Why not? Not sure. I am uncertain. I do not know. I wish I knew which render was failing. What about this? Let's just not render the text, I guess. Let's see if that does anything. So if everything renders but the text, we know that shader is failing. In theory. Okay, so it's definitely the text object itself failing to bind to the texture. Oh no. That is a sig fault. Why is that? So corrupt stack. Well, if m underscore cursor offset is not equal to null, I'm going to just do that. All right, segfault text 231. Segfault backtrace. Hmm. Working here. So what we want is just say, look, we haven't computed any cursor offsets. Just put us in our alignment. So line. Okay, then that's the x component. The y component, y is going to start at 0. Need the rectangle top. Need the rectangle bottom. Offset to top. We need line spacing. We also need. Okay. We can try that. Okay. have a max x. My count is 0. And now when we run it, it will magically all just work, right? No. No, 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 no. Two 54. Oh. Okay. We declared a pointer which shouted our parameter, and our compiler did not warn us about this, so that's always fun. Okay. Now, there is no text and no cursor anywhere. So this is no good. Cursor position. When we set text. Okay. One small change. Maybe we make it side. Same thing here. Up. There is no stack. The program fails. Why will it not find a shader? I don't believe it. I don't think the shader has anything to do with this. I'm getting bogus information. Getting bogus information. Why is our compiler lying to us? Why can it not bind a shader? Shader not binding. We have changed nothing to do with the shader, the uniforms. Literally nothing. Whatever our error message is, it is lying to us. Which means what? How do I fix an error if I'm being lied to? Fix anything, but worth a try, I guess. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah. Flip my logic. That's not in here anyways. Put this logic. Okay, this is getting frustrating. And it blows up with, I can't bind this program, which is an absurdity because nothing I have changed has anything to do with that program. It's literally just cursor position information. If I remove these, it will fail. Because our cursor offsets will be null when we try to read them. That's not what I wanted to do anyways. So remove both of those. It says cursor offsets is null. So the path by which we got here, we have not set cursor offsets. You can see, oops, trace is when a text edit is created, we set a rectangle 38. Set a rectangle. And set rectangle updates our cursor index. Mm-hmm. 38. I'm gonna lie, this should already be set. Text should default to a null, to an empty string. Set text. Okay. Under which conditions do we not get cursor offsets? Here we pass on to the next function call. If we get an empty or null format string, we get all zeros. If the text was not null before, it certainly is now. And this will force it to clean itself up. No, we do not update this at all. Okay. Could be an issue. Either way, we should get a cursor offset set there. Capacity does not have to change if we get an empty format string. I'm honestly pretty sure I need that there. Otherwise, we figure out how long our string will be, get ourselves a text, a string to put it in. We put it in. If our text is null, we can just copy the text. Okay? Otherwise, if we don't have enough capacity, we delete our text, delete our cursor offsets, then we copy. Otherwise, there is enough room and we just write it in there. Okay, at the end of all things, if cursor offset is not equal to null, delete it. Only two places. Travested. Good afternoon. How's life in the West? I'm guessing USA. Yes, I am in the USA. Today, so far, pretty good, except my program is lying to me about what the error is. Which means we're doing a little bit of blind debugging here. It says it can't find a shader. Oh, there we go. That seems to have fixed it. Cursor position looks like it's working. It continues to look like it's working. And now the cursor is gone. And right. Okay. This one we want this. This one, text len plus 1. So this just needs to be a 1 to get started. Try that. Yeah, USA, right now it's actually cooling down a little bit, not quite as hot as it was the rest of the summer, which is nice. It's still plenty warm, like it's 70s, but it's not that heat that makes me sad. My cursor is disappearing. Why is my cursor disappearing? And when I delete that last character, this does not get called again. Which tells me what? What does it tell me? I empty my string, I should get a 0 here. So why is it not? How is this not 0 if I've emptied the string? By what magic does this happen? Batch quad count we want, and we always set it to 0. Or 0. Very puzzling. Text dot set text set empty. Already empty. equals null or an underscore text. So 0 is not equal to that. We have to invert the logic. Okay, never mind. I want to do this slightly differently. First letter of the text equals null character. We don't keep our text null. Our string is empty. Let's do that. Really don't want to do that here. Actually, we kind of do. All right. This equals null, then underscore text equals new. Oh, we need to put this inside the brackets, not outside the brackets. New one letter character. Text. Sub-0 equals the null character. That. All the bookkeeping. Okay, well, set empty. It did set empty. Find the line cursor horizontally. It never gets here. Is there a return that I'm not noticing here? I try not to return in the middle of things. Go through every character, which in the case of an empty string should do nothing. Then it should try to center the cursor. Oh. Oh. Okay. That just shifts it. We still have to get the initial position. So we need current X, current Y. Which is 0, 0. Zero, zero. Mm-hmm. All right. Cursor offsets. 0 equals 0. And Y will be 0. By default. Then we try to center it horizontally. The end where we do the vertical alignment. This. Get our font data. Line spacing. And bottom line spacing. Right, line count. 0. 1. Then we get the offset to the top. This is just index 1. This seems like an unnecessary amount of work, but sandbox, delete, 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 delete. Ah, hey, there's our cursor, still there. Did not realign horizontally. Even when we type a space, now it's just wrong. Oh, but when we hit delete, if we add a space, I don't know what just happened. Adding a space doesn't work. Okay, so this set text I think is working when we empty it. It's something in update text where our character is a, so we get our offsets. We get a space. We don't update anything about our quad count. So at the end of this, not equal to underscore text length. I think that's it. If we check against character instead of quad. Okay. It's blinking. I hit space and I don't know what's going on. Center. When we hit space, it goes away. I don't know why. Amazing. It's a space. We get our new max x. This will be a -1. That'll be a 0. Line's first character index will be 0. And we want to go out 1, 2 spaces to realign our cursor offsets. Why? Why is cursor offset such a pain in my neck? Line's first character offset. So we get a space, and this should be the first character index. If underscore text sub-0 equals a space Here's the space. If the line's first character index is negative, its editor index should be 1. First line char index. Literally nothing else should happen. Let's also log this. Current X, current Y, nothing strange there. Position 1, current X, current Y. Aligning line horizontally. Vertically. Calling cursor position update handlers. Okay, let's see how that works. Lots of log messages. Maybe we'll get an idea where we're going wrong. Okay, nothing should happen until we hit that. When we say space. Oh my, what on earth? The first character is a space. And nothing happened. Why? Why? Our first character is a space. String to space. Copy over null, enter. Allocate more room, then copy. Just copy. Oh. I think we need this mess in this branch as well. Which we need to refactor this at some point. This is becoming a little bit silly. I'll bet that was the problem. Run it. Why that doesn't call into update, I do not know. Delete, set it to empty. Setting the string to space, copy, and yet my cursor position is not updating correctly. Cursor horizontal alignment has to be treated separately from cursor vertical alignment. M_cursor. Let's see here. Update text. This all needs a big refactor. And it loads up. '87. Okay. Okay. Set text, set empty, a whole bunch. Assertion failed. Somehow we're getting an index back that is outside of our bounds. Set cursor index. Set cursor index. Ooh, date cursor.
No. No.
Okay. Okay, well, if underscore cursor index, index is less than 0, equals 0, index greater than m underscore text length, index equals text length. We'll just always clamp it. How's that? Probably safer anyways. Sandbox. Whoa, whoa, cursor position, no. And then it blows up. Unbelievable. And it's an assertion which fails. Oh. Index is greater than length. Why, oh, why? This cursor is cursed. It's cursed. Is there a better way to do cursor positions? If I separate that functionality out from walking through the alphabet and laying things out, completely, I still have to rewalk the whole alphabet. Because for each glyph, space, tab, new line character, I still have to update those positions. But it might be conceptually simpler than what I'm doing. Yeah, run. Cursor position is off by 1. If I link this 2, it did not recenter anything. Oh my gosh. Do I get my entire cursor space? It just disappears. And then backspace causes issues. All right. Restroom break pause while I think about what I want to do here. cursor index. Instead of asserting, do we just clamp? This has all become very nightmarish. This used to work. At one point. It did. Okay. And then we're trying to solve the problem at the wrong point. Inside this text, we should not have to do any of that. We should not have to do any of this. If text is null, copy text. text len, text capacity. All right, let's just do this. Copy text. Pop. Otherwise, we do a bunch of things. Three, 4, 5. Copy the actual text. Figure out all our quads. Okay, text length. If underscore text len less than len, so this is, we need more room space. No, what we need is text capacity updates. Uh, so whenever we update our capacity, is that when we do it? Not text len, but text capacity. Only when we set text capacity. Which now only happens in one place. Trying to simplify my flow a bit here. So there's less places to look, but it only seems to okay, there it is at the center, and if I hit space, oh, it did update. Okay, what if we center? That did not fix it. Until we hit a letter. Okay, so spaces and quads. Set text set to empty, but this is logged in the update text. Here. So somehow, even when I set it to empty, I never get here. Or when I set a space. If I set a space, the text length should be 1 or 2 or whatever, and it should still go through this. So, question becomes, what am I doing wrong with this last cursor position issue? Cursor positions have been a curse. So it all works fine. We center. It doesn't lose track of anything. Left align still there. Right align, perfect. We delete everything. Now it's an empty string. When I say align, the cursor did not realign, and it won't realign even if I add spaces. Until I hit an actual render quad. So cursor positions are not being updated. If I hit right, the space doesn't fix it, but the quad A does. Actually, that's not right either. If there's a quad, why does adding a space not realign? Only an actual quad. What is it about spaces? It's puzzling. If I set the string just a space. First do log. The quad count. Need more quads. 30 text. Laying it out. Do log. And I want to know the 1, 2, 3, 4, modulus D, modulus C, index. Underscore text then. What is it about spaces that means it's not getting into this code? Run it. Sandbox. Nothing here should matter until here. Setting string to space. It goes to the string copy. This one. Copy text. How is update text not called? Quads. Care about all of that. Do care about is text dirty quad 30. Those should both be set. Yes or no. Quads 30. Yes or no. Quad count 30 there. Okay. If we can just force it into the update function, I shouldn't have to fight this hard. Not sure why it's not going into the update function. Delete space. Text is dirty, quad is dirty. So when we go to our render function, it says, hey, do I need to do anything here? And it should go into this, which should log some stuff. So let's log note something is actually oh and we can't short circuit all this. We can only short circuit some of it. We need to update our text whether we're going to render anything or not. If you fill it up with spaces, it won't have a quad, and therefore it won't update the text. That's been my problem this whole time. I'm going to be a little bit sad, but at least we got some cleanup of the flow around cursor positions. Okay. Okay. Center. Right. Okay. So that's correct for right. Center. 1, 2. Empty. 1, 2. That looks correct. Left. 2. 1, 2. I think that was it. We just have to always update our text if anything's dirty, whether we have quad count or not. Yep. Okay. Alright, we've got it. We beat it. Now we just have to remove all the log messages. Do log. Because we're using that update function to update more than just our text. Okay, clean up, then we can commit it. That took way longer to find than it should have. But we did find it. Okay, and then any more do log there or text edit. I don't think we have any logging in here that we have to worry about. Okay, cleaned up. Cursor position's all done. Yuck. Okay. We just want to run outside the debugger. So if I delete all the text, center, right, top, bottom, center, left, top, bottom, center. Okay. That all seems to be working. Good. All right. Some updates to compute cursor position even when it is empty. Ran into issue of update text not running when I would expect. Update text used to only deal with texture quads, but now it also tracks cursor position, which has nothing to do with quads. So we needed a text to run whether or not there are texture quads. Spaces affect empty string, and spaces affect cursor position as well. So we moved the 0 quads test in render function to after the update text. Done. Oh, that was a bit sad. Okay. We'll commit that. Git status. Git add everything. Git commit fm. Fixed cursor positioning for empty and white space only strings. Done. Okay. We need to add a little bit more to the about scene. Basically, I just need to add a few more notes to our about scene. So let's do that real quick. Mostly,
He tried to kiss me.
all we need to do is
Cardstock. She wants to put in some cardstock. Can I put some cardstock in blue?
okay. Basically going to just add some links for more information about the game that we are building an homage to. Here are some, and it was 1994, I was wrong. Thanks for more information about the original game. This is not going to be a new line, but this one does. Okay. That is basically everything we want to put here. Why part one? Why am I making this game? I've explained this on stream at various points in different ways. So the trick now is to explain to a game player why we might be doing this. Did I align center? Top center. This should be left.
You're doing good.
It is a game that I played on Mac.
Yeah, it's a purple. Oh my.
For quite a while. Okay.
I would say you did.
Okay. When I was a youth,
Yeah.
okay, is a game, a word deduction game. The words are 5 words long and have no duplicate letters.
Where's the other bag of green red strawberries? There was not enough in the computer.
A limited number of guesses.
Oh, okay. Got it.
To deduce what letters you need. Guess the correct word. 3 play modes to enjoy, depending on your time, available time, and preference. Why? Here's the why. And I'm going to order text here. So this is just me writing text. This I can do offline. This is not like coding. But I did want to actually have these links and the proper attribution in, so I don't forget in the future. So that needs a space, double space, space, double space. Each word you get the number of correct letters is given, but no positional information. There are 3 play modes to enjoy. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's play this up just a little bit differently. I think it'll make it more clear where my line breaks are. My long line breaks. There we go. Okay. Just a small update, so don't forget to properly attribute what I'm making an homage. Build it. About. Okay, we need to turn on line breaking, word wrapping. And the new line characters did not get wrapped at all. Why is that? Okay. About theme. Text body 1.set. Set wrapping enabled. That was like the whole point of the word wrapping thing. So we could write longer texts. But why are the new lines not working? Huh. This is one of the longest texts we have tried to set, but that seems a little ridiculous. We're in. Huh. Set page. Setting text modulus D, which is modulus D, which is third line of this. And swap body point to length. Those two numbers should be the same. That is something I would expect. Why is it only doing a partial copy of my text? This is one of the longest texts we've done, though, so. Okay, well, hold on. We can force it. Oh, the animations are still logging things. Oops. All right, fix that. Fix that. Fix that. Oh, that's what I want to test right now. Fix that. Okay. Okay, we're getting there slowly. Let's go to this one. The text lengths match. Here, it does not match. Why does it not match? It's not text length not match. What is this? All right, copy text. Cool. Do log equals. Okay, let's see what that does. Copy text. So where is that 163 coming from? Hmm. as a format string and is giving me the incorrect length. That must be it. So it's log node. Let's see here. Let's see, where's the do log? This one. Format. Set text. Berlin format. And len as computed by VSN printf. Let's see what's going on here. Not setbox, about. Here we are. Set text. VSN printf has lied to me. VSN printf not returning right number of bytes. Right, chat. Let's see, I guess. Get it to show up the first time, we have to do this and show browser. And then over here. This is VSN printf. Pointer to a buffer. N is the maximum number of bytes to be used in the buffer. The generated string has a length of at most n minus 1, leaving space for the additional terminating null character. Format string. Return value, the number of characters that would have been written if n had been sufficiently large, not counting the terminating null character. If an encoding error occurs, a negative number is returned. It's not negative, it's 163. Notice that only when this returned value is non-negative and less than n, the string has been completely written. But why would it not be written? But counted for the value returned by the function. Okay, so this is the key. We send it a null buffer here. We send it a 0 byte size to write, and it goes on to count all those bytes. That would be formed by applying this argument list to this format. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. This is a very common pattern. I've used it a million times. So why is VSN printf
I heard a man calling you. Oh, yeah.
This line here. I get the string length of my format string, which in this case the args are empty. There's no format characters in my text. And VSN printf
You can come out.
says I could only write 163 of them. Here in set text, right? This is the line that we're getting. Notice that the string length of format, and there are no args in this case, is much larger than this result. Say write to the null buffer, 0 bytes, given this format, and these args, and tell me how many bytes you would have gotten if you'd written it all out. This is len. Therefore, I allocate a new text buffer given that amount, and I actually write to that text buffer that number of bytes. How is len so much shorter than format when there are no arguments to apply? It truly, truly boggles the mind. Why is VSN printf lying to me? What if we do a full clean and build? This should be trivial. Why is it lying to me about the number of bytes it would have written? Lies. Yes, and printf has not let me down before. It's not even like a normal place where I might have accidentally inserted a comma. 163. Why is VSN printf returning 163? VSN printf not reporting right number of bytes. Returning.
See that? Here, you can copy this here. Copy all that and then. Oh, okay.
Has nobody else had this problem ever? There are no format strings near there. Why? $163. Why would it only write 163 bytes of that text? There's no comma. There are no format characters. No format characters. Right, search for modulus. It's not there. The strlen gives me a correct length. And it's stopping at a stupid place. It's happening after inf. right here. There's no format characters, there's no new line characters, there's no white space, there's no end of string quote.
Oh yeah.
ESN print F returning 163. The internet searches have become almost completely useless. There's no formatting. Okay, let's see here. We can think about the following. Um, okay. Maybe we pre-process our string a bit before we copy, which makes me very sad, but it might get us around this error. For star C equals format the contents of C not equal to string plus plus C. Cool. Needs formatting. If the contents of C equal a format character, then we need formatting and we can break. This is reasonable. If it needs formatting, then this is the thing we will do. Otherwise, we'll do this. Len equals sterlen of format. That equals new char len plus 1 stir copy into text our format. Oh, not a clean. Oh well, that's fine. So, I've never had VSN printf lie to me about that sort of thing. Oh, typo, that always helps. Not equal to. Yes, all the errors revolve around that. Okay. Fine. Const. I don't care. I promise not to modify the character. That's reasonable. And now it just breaks. Why? String copy should be much safer. Heat block at some place. Oh. Oh, len equal 1. That's unbelievable. Plus 1. Alright, let's wrap this up and get some scripting done. Not sandbox. About. Oh. What? Why? If do log. Simple copy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where's 163 coming from? And it's crashing. Simple copy. Simple copy. So it gets a string length of the format, allocates a new buffer, copies into text my format string. Destination, then source. Yeah, so I'm going to write to text from format. Sterlen format. Sterlen format. This is the same call.
Hold on, Killian.
Those are the same call. So len should equal Sterlen format. uint 8? It's truncating. Why do we have uint 8? I'll bet that fixes all the problems. It's truncating. Which is why it's returning a nonsensical number, but a consistent number. Is there ever a reason my text capacity would be a negative? It's fine, it's fine. I'll bet that just fixes everything. We can even leave the VSN printf. Hey, look, all the text. Okay. Finally, it's awkward. When did uint 8 wander in? All right. I think that's all of it. Why does my compiler not warn me about shoving a 32-bit value into an 8-bit value? I've turned on all the warnings. All of them, plus extras. Works flawlessly. Okay. Unbelievable. Oh, setting text. Where is that? Not in there. This one. Okay, journal. Beefed up the first page of text in about scene, proper dates, and references. However, we uncovered a bug where text was being truncated. It turns out we were taking the return of vs and print f, and putting that result into a uint 8t, which truncated without error or compiler warning. Fixed. Now texts up to 4 gigabytes should be supported. Obviously, a 4 gigabyte text is not of interest to us right now. We're not doing large file processing. Okay. Text truncation bug. More text to about. Okay, finally, last thing we need to do. We're going to do some code metrics analysis. So far, all we've done is lines of text, but that is not good, and it doesn't really tell you things. Lines of code only tells you a growth metric. So if you refactor an algorithm to be much, much smaller, you may remove an awful lot of lines. Or in some cases, you find that you're duplicating code that you don't need to duplicate, really. And you can simplify things significantly. And that is still progress, but it looks like your lines of code have shrunk. And actually, you want to encourage your lines of code to shrink, or at least not grow as much as you think you want. So we're going to build up a little bit of a script to do some code analysis for us. So it's going to be a Python script, because Python deals with text outputs of other command line tools very simply. And then we will look at different ways of looking at our code if we can figure out how to not exclude files from the diff. We don't want our binary data warehouse files, which are embedded into our binary executable. We don't want those in the diff, and we don't want our sandbox in the diff. Nobody cares how much code I write while I'm developing a new feature in a sandbox, right? So that can all be ignored. So I got to figure out how to ignore specific files, which may just mean we do it the hard way, but we'll get around to that. So let's get this started. First thing we need, let's put it in doc for now. Code metrics.py. Sure. I don't care about any of that. I don't think I need a class. So what we need are some git commits that we want to look at. Do we want to dig through all the commits and find our commits of interest? We can do that. Let's go to our shell. -n, let's go back like 250 commits, and we will write that output to temp.text. Temp.text. These are listed August 15th, August 14th, so the oldest ones are back here. We don't care about October. When we started, let's go to our journal. Week. So this is the last. So basically, we started on 06/20. So our pre-stream will be June 20. So this is the last commit pre-stream. We started on the 24th. Why is the 20th in there? Oh, untested. Okay. So the 24th is when we really started streaming. We didn't. Yeah, 24th. So So the last thing before the 24th. Commits equals actually, we can just do this as an array. Basically, it will be the last commit before week 2, which was 0701. So July 1. This is the last commit of week 1.
Go, 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 go. You go first.
Just get more panels up here. There we go. So that's at the start of week 1. It's here. This is week 0's end. This is week 1's end. Week 2 ended 0708. So we need to go back up to July 8th from Monday, and this is the last commit of the previous week. $11. 15th. Previous one should be the 11th, correct. So that's our first 4 weeks of coding. This is the start of week, end of week 0, end of week 1, end of week 2, end of week 3. So we need one more to get the first 4 weeks of work all done. Oops. So 22. July 22. We want the one before that. This is end of week. We'll put this in later. 5, 6, 29, July 29. I'm not looking at more granularity than weekly. Time for you to go to bed. All right, well, get some good rest, sleep well. Thanks for popping into the stream. Always appreciate it. Hopefully we'll have some good code numbers to post on Twitter and in the Discord tomorrow, or, well, I guess Saturday. So yeah, thanks. Thanks for dropping in. Catch you later. Oh, not that July 29. We want this one, July 25th. Ooh, you know what we should do?
Come inside to mom.
We should write the date of the commit.
Come inside to mom. Get her kiss. Hurry up. Hey, I'm not your mom's kid. She's gone. Fine.
Yes, we will put in dates. This one, 141, is 2024-07-29. Oh, no, we don't want that one anyways. Well, this one, which is the 25th. At the end of the day, on the 25th, this is what we had. Okay, we'll get the other dates as we go. Week 7 was a short week, so August 6th. Go back to August 1. 2024-08-01. August 12th. August 8th. July 18th. 18th. Twenty 24-07-11. I agree. July 5th. June 28th. Oh, 6/28. And the 18th. 18th. Oh, right, because I hadn't officially started streaming yet. This is the end of week 0. Okay, so I think we're done with text up. That thing. The only other thing we want to do is get log-n1, which is the today's. Oh, lost. It was today's last commit. -24 dash. Oh, 08 dash. Today's date is the 15th, which is as expected. Okay, so that tells us everything we need to go through. Week number Okay. So we have a list of our commits and the date that the commit was on. And that is a good start. So first thing we need to do is we want to know how many lines of code were in this commit, right? First thing we want to, well, okay, we're going to steal some code from another project I wrote ages and ages ago. Where did I put that? Uh-oh, let's see here. What's it on one of my hard drives? Just a second, gotta go digging. Okay. Sysutils. Basically, we can hop into a directory, do things in it, hop out of the directory. That way we never lose track of what directory we're in. We can execute a command and it will return the output. We can also execute a command and check if it contains or does not contain some text. Okay? So that's going to be very helpful. We're just going to copy this whole file over, I think. So let me kill this one. We'll get fancier and fancier as we go, but for now, system utils is going to be very handy. Oops, I didn't want to move it. I want to copy it. Copy. That probably means we need to use the special logger. Okay, so we have a log class and we have a system utils class. So now we have system utils. Yay! Sysutils. Okay, step one. Check if repo is clean. Check out each commit and get lines of code. Okay. If each pair of commits, looking for lines added and lines removed. We're going to start with that. Okay, first we need to check if the repo is clean. So, we're on the shell. If we're inside of doc, which is where we'll be running it from probably, then git status temp.text journal. What did I update in my journal? I thought we committed that. Oh, I just indented. Okay. Git commit, git add, git commit dash dash no edit. Okay. So if we get a clean checkout, I should see one of these three phrases: working tree clean, nothing to commit. Probably that one. Code metrics. Sysutils execute and check. Its status. Cannot run in a let's see here. Must have all changes committed. I'll get changes committed or stash. Cannot continue. Okay. So in theory, if we just run Python code metrics. Oh, I'm in C++ world still. Oh, how did not import it? From log import log. Ugh. Okay, so now when we run our thing, get that. Command ran, and we are happy to go. Else. For each commit and date in commits, what would a successful get checkout look like? Head is now at sysutils dot execute and check out a thing. Check for head is now at Python, so modulus commit. Let's go head and sysutils dot. We're gonna move up a directory. At the end of all things, we'll pop off. Okay. Sysutils dot push directory into the source directory. We will pop when we're done. I'm debating some changes, but we'll just keep going for now. Sysutils dot execute. Here I want the text itself. Word count dash L star dot HPP star dot CPP. I want another one which looks only at anything warehouse. or sandbox. Okay, so if we're in source directory, quadCount-l star dot cpp star dot hpp. The last line of text is what we care about. Last element of lines, total line. Total equals total line dot split 0. It's total okay, Python code metrics. Oh. Code metrics. Popter is indeed not needed. Okay, why is get cache doing this to me?
What? What?
This is an old version. Alright, at the end of all things, we need to always our master branch. Not check out master. Right now, let's run it. Of course, log. Right, so we move into dot dot. We run these commands. We walk into source directory or word count. Okay, total line. Trim. Let's get rid of any trailing new lines. Ugh. Check out master. Trim. Uh-oh, what's it called in Python? Oh, strip. I think it's called strip. Oh, I don't have a note in this slot. What did I call it? Warning error quiet note. Verbose note. Okay, if only I could spell. That would help. I really didn't want the entirety of the output printed. Thank you, Python. Oh, for each of the commits. Yes, got it. Not like all the commands that we're issuing. If possible. What's the thing? Set utils. Verbose note. So I want quiet. Set console log level. Want quiet. Oh no, we want verbose. No, we want quiet. Okay, we're getting error logs. As why? No such file or directory. 1 minus total 2 tells us our code size for this commit. Except this command is doing something I don't like. Error, which is probably coming from my sysutils. Sandbox, no such file, or what? There it is. Do I have a typo? Sandbox.hpt. Sandbox.cpp. There. Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's see here. Instead of text 1, it's text 2. Good. Error. Error. This is executing within the doc. Which we immediately go up to our project directory. We go into source directory. Oh, it doesn't have sandbox. Oh, it's the about scene this old. When did we switch to sandbox? Okay. All right. Let's see here. Sandbox. Let's search backwards. Sandbox. Right about here. I had the old about scene. 0724. Okay. If date is less than 2024-07-24 else. About scene had all our testing back then. Check out master. Data. I did say date, didn't I? Total 1 is not defined. That I can live with. We just do that. There we go. There's a history of our lines of code. Yes. Woo! Pat S2 on ice. I caught you live. Hey! How's it going, Pat? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Say you've caught me live, so maybe you've watched some of my videos back in the day. Today we're working on a little bit of code metrics. So far I've just been tracking lines of code manually. So now I'm writing a script that'll actually go check out all the right commits and compute our lines of code. And then the next thing we're going to do is calculate our code change, our churn. Watching my YouTube stuff. Oh, cool. Cool. Glad that you could come on over and join us live. Yes, Word Sleuth. That is a Monday through Thursday kind of project. Friday we do compilers or something. Yeah, awesome. Well, I just code stream with consciousness until somebody asks a question, and then I answer the question. So feel free to ask any questions you want about just about anything. We go off topic all the time. Yeah, thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for watching on Twitch. Always good to have people join up. Okay. I program, so I watch other programmers often. Yeah, I've watched a good amount of Jonathan Blow, Casey Muratori, some Tsoding, Sebastian Legg has some good stuff. Code Train. I think both of those had some pretty decent stuff. The Creel, he had some good stuff. There's a lot of really good programmers out there. Makes me feel like I haven't accomplished anything with my life sometimes. Yeah, Tsoding is pretty good. I don't watch all of his stuff, but if he pops up a sufficiently interesting title, I'll click in and watch. Not weed week. Okay. We are not indexing, incrementing our week number. Okay. So we are now getting each commit checked out, counting the lines of code. And now we have basically our volume. How big is our program? So one thing we can look at is our velocity. I want George, watch George a lot too. Hots. Yep, he's right down my alley. Cool, cool. George, is that code train or let's see, who am I? Do I know George? Maybe I don't. Maybe I need to follow a new channel. George, what? I need to know. All right, we're going to change things slightly. Are we? George, okay. George Hots. I'll be checking that one out. Reverse engineering. Oh, okay. He's one of the reverse engineering types. Breaking things down into. Okay. I don't usually watch a lot of the reverse engineering videos, but they are some crazy talented people in the reverse engineering world. Crazy talented. Okay, cool. Thanks for the channel recommendation. He's younger than me, yeah. Oh, he's the first person to jailbreak an iPhone and PlayStation? Okay, so he's got some real street cred. He's younger than me. Yeah, I find I've just gotten old and nobody else has, so I look at people like Soding and I'm like, oh, he has so much time in his life to keep improving and he's already better than me. Yeah. I think we're gonna do it this way. Are we gonna do it this way? 2 more tuples, just a dictionary lookup, and then we want to do this. We're gonna not be clever, but we're gonna be clever. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Throw in a comma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4. Boom. One more. There we go. Index commit in enumerate commits. I think that's how it works. Then I don't have to do that. Date, we only need twice. So date equals dates, looking up our commit. We're going to store more data with respect to each. Yeah, that's better. Oh, okay. I'm letting AI design a custom programming language right now. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I want to see how far it gets before finally it just doesn't know what to do anymore. Got the Lexer parser interpreter with AST working, but AI definitely doesn't write factored code correctly. Yeah. Well, AI cannot reason about code. It only predicts what a human would do. So it can imitate, it can copy, it cannot generate anything new without some very, very significant prompting help. And then most of the time what it's going to create that is actually new is no good. Or requires an awful lot of human intervention to make it any better. But that is part of why we do this, right? To make it better and better. 20 times to refactor the code for extendability, because yeah. So, and this is a topic of discussion. AI. Everybody is very hot on AI right now, and I think that there's going to be a lot of investors that become very sad at all of the millions of dollars they put into AI. That's just a guess, but AI's been around for a long time. Almost all of the techniques they use nowadays, ish, were at least conceptualized back in like the 50s, 60s, but they didn't have the computational power, so they just decided it wasn't worth pursuing because they just didn't have the compute or the data sets. But now we have all the compute power. We went through this wonderful, not renaissance, but a huge breakthrough of we have the compute power, we have enough large data sets that there was a steep climb, and everybody assumed that this climb is exponential. So if you, say, double the amount of data you feed into your training set, you're getting a quadruple improvement in performance, right? But I don't think that's the case. I'm beginning to suspect that it's more of like a logarithmic improvement, where we went up that steep knee bend, but I think we're at the inflection point of if you double the amount of data you hand into your data training set, you don't get a quadruple improvement in performance. What you get is half the improvement. So I think we're leveling off on what current AI techniques can do, because they fed it basically all the information in the whole world. Like the internet has been scraped, unscrupulously scraped, right? And they still can't get the number of fingers on people's hands right without significant human training intervention during the training, right? And so I think we're at that inflection point. And so the two questions are, if you need another doubling of effectiveness, where are you getting your next order of magnitude of data? Right? I mean, it's already crawled all of GitHub. What more code could you feed it to train it, to teach it how to take your code to a better place? It's already, it's read more code than I ever have or ever will. The data set's absurd. So, just one of my mini rants on AI. I think we're leveling off. I think it's about as far as it's going to get. Yep. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine at a place I used to work, and he thinks that AI, if you just add a few more parameters and feed it a little more data, it's gonna have that breakthrough moment. So he sent me this article about some new mathematical proof that AI discovered, and I cranked through. I read through the article, and what I found was they had to keep changing the success criteria for evaluating whether what it was producing was useful. They had to keep telling it, hey, don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other thing, because they're all stupid dead branches to search down. And then it just kept spitting out more and more theorems until a human evaluating it said, oh wait, this might actually be something useful. So at the end of the day, what you had was millions of monkeys typing on typewriters with a human whipping them until one of them finally produced a good output, which it didn't even know. It did not know that was the one proof that it made that was valid. A human had to look at it. So I was like, I don't think this is showing what you think it's showing. It's cool. It's cool that they have enough monkeys now typing on typewriters. That is so much compute power. They've built billions of dollars of infrastructure. And I think the VC investors are going to start being sad in the next few years. I think this is the next bubble to pop. So, yep. So I'll be curious to see what you crank out. I'm interested in language design. I have no like professional experience, but you know, I have some ideas. I've done it hobby wise a bit, but yeah, I wanna see what you're working on. That's cool stuff. Okay, so where was I at? Maybe let's store some data. We need a commit. Commit, not a commit. I want something. A place where I can store my lines of code. So let's make a class. Commit entry. I'm actually feeling a little rusty about my Python here. What is this? Commit. Actually, let's feed in the commit. Lines of code equals 0. I need a commit and a commit. Okay. I want to populate. One sec. Oh, dogs. Yep. Cool, cool. For commit hash and commits entries dot equals a commit entry of our commit, and this thing given our commit. Oh yeah, this is Python. Do that. All right, we're just gonna fill up a whole bunch of commit entries now in this area. Equals that. Break that out into a function. Oh, and date's not gonna work anymore. Week number. Lines of code. Or a lit hash. Hmm. We'll do it there. Okay. Now we're simplifying. Basically, we can push, and this all pops out. Get lines of code for our commit. Go. And now commit in commits. Now our entry can actually format itself. Stream so we want week 02D ending list s lines lines of code list format string self dot week self dot date self dot lock. Representation of self, return string of self. Good enough. Just do this. That is a valid response to my input. Commit in line 34. Error. Oh, note. Quiet note. Git check out something. Oh. Bit hash. Thank you. Entry equals entries commit hash. Now, entry dot date and entry dot lock equals lock. Okay. Git checkout. Why is that a tuple? Index commit hash. Oh, this is puzzling. Okay, okay. Oh, I am a bit rusty at the old Pythons here. Enumerate means it's returning a tuple of an index and a value. Commits is just a list of string, an array, well, yeah, a list of strings. So I'm capturing the index as an integer, commit hash as a not integer, entries, commit hash, commit to entry equals commit to hash. And the index of the week. Okay, so y. Here's our commit hash, git checkout, commit hash, git lock. Oh yeah, we don't need to enumerate here. That's the problem. We no longer need to enumerate everything. Now it'll magically work. It does take a little while through all of those git checkouts, but there we have it. Now, we want to know block. So we've got our lines of code. Def get lines of code delta lines of code. Commit 1, commit 2. commit for index in range 1, the length of commits. One equals commits index. Commit 2 index -1. Entry equals entries sub commit 2 entry dot delta lines of code equals entry 2. We can get both entries. Why not? Costs very little. Entry 2 delta lock equals entry 2 minus entry 1. Enumerate index not equal to 0. Growth. Entry dot delta lines of code. One. 73. Oh, I have to get delta lock. Okay, then we get 1 equals entries of commit 1. Entry 2 equals entries of commit 2. Entry 2 dot delta lock equals entry 2 dot lock minus entry 1 dot lock. Okay, this could take a minute. That works very nicely because I forgot we're in Python. We could even do a percent change. Modulus 0.2f percent, which is entry dot delta lock of the previous entry. You know, let's do it up here. Delta lock spell dot delta lock percent. Entry 2 dot delta lock percent equals entry 2 dot delta lock divided by entry 1 lock, and something needs to be cast to a float here. Oh, now we can make this easy. 100 times that. Okay. Entry dot delta lock percent. Let me improve this later to stash some of the findings. Oops. Okay. So we saw 14% growth, 6% growth, 7% growth, 12%, 4%, 1%. We lost size this week, although I know what happened there, so that's fine. Cool. Okay, we're starting to get some useful informations here. Always label your units. Okay. Okay, so we have that. Now we get down to the diffs, and the diffs are where things get complicated. Stupid dogs. Sick of walking around my yard just for them to chase squirrels. Lazy programmer in the sense that I program things to automate a lot of my stuff because I'm lazy. Yes, one of the great attributes of a good programmer. What is growth? Amount of commits or code added? Welcome to the chat, firstly. What we're looking at right now is our volume of code. So our lines of code without respect to a lot of other things. So right now our growth is just how big is it? This is not a good metric, but it's a way to see your project grow over time or shrink. You can tell when you did major refactors, like this week. I've got negative 68 lines of code, but that's because I took two different text representations. One was for basically one color is used for all characters, and the other one allows me to set individual character colors. And I basically mushed them into, I've got one class now that just does the multicolor text, and that's the only one I'm using. So I deleted a lot of duplicated code, so that's why I have a negative here. I did a bit of refactoring this week as well, but we're going to move to the next part where we're going to take a diff and count the lines added and the lines removed and to measure churn. Now we can then maybe take ratios of churn versus volume or churn versus growth. I don't know what's going to be the most informative, so we're gonna work on that. All right, so here we are. We've got everything we need, and actually we want to do kind of two different things. One is I want a weekly report, right? So here's week 0 before we started streaming, and then here's week 1, the end of week 1. We've streamed for 1 week. I want to know what the churn is here, and maybe the volume growth as well per week for every pair of these, basically. But I also want to do it per month. So basically there's going to be a lot of noise. If we did this daily, like you'd just see the numbers all over the place. But if we take it per week and per month, we can kind of see, oh, we were very productive this week, but overall, like here's what the month looked like. So we'll get like a less high frequency noise if you're a DSP type of person, a digital signal processing kind of person. We kind of want a couple of views, one a little more granular, one a little bit more, here's 4 weeks worth of data, here's another 4 weeks worth of data, all in one measurement. So we'll take different looks at things, slice it, dice a different thing. My favorite kind of diffs are deletions greater than additions. Yeah. There's the old tale from the days of Mac. Oh gosh, I posted it once in a video. Do I think I could find it again? I'll see if I can dig it up real quick. Early days of Apple. What was that called? This one. Boom. Wow, that was easy to find. Here you go. A little bit of educational reading. I've heard people pass this around as a friend of my friend said they did this, but I think this is the original. For everyone else that tries to attribute it to themselves. Too bad. So let's see. YouTube doesn't get the chat. So the short story is back in the early days of Apple, the Lisa team was always adding code, and they got new managers who decided they wanted to measure their productivity using nothing but lines of code, right? And this guy named Bill Atkinson, he went through one day and refactored things, removed 2,000 lines of code. So he gets his little time card at the end of the day, fills in his time, and when it comes to lines of code, he's like, negative 2,000. Classic story. Why are you measuring lines of code as a measure of productivity? I think churn will be more interesting, but I am also very interested in like churn relative to what? The volume relative to, I don't know. I don't know what I want it to be. So we'll slice and dice this several ways once we calculate all the data. So here's our entries. First of all, let's look at our diff. So if I go to our journal, I took a note in here. Okay, well, we've done that. We've done get lines of code. And we are subtracting the ones we don't want to track, right? Our warehouse files contain binary data that we generate from like PNGs and audio file, WAV files. So I don't really count that as code. So we're going to subtract that. Same with Sandbox. It's just where I test code. It's not interesting or useful. So we're going to subtract that from our useful code. This is where we're at now. Get diff. And I have a problem with stats. Let's get two of these. Old, new. That's not great. So it tells me I have this many insertions and this many deletions, but I have these warehouse files. And I can't tell how many are adds or subtracts, right? So the image warehouse.hpp, 4 lines have changed. Some of them were adds, some of them were subtracts, and I don't know how many. So if I want to measure, say, total churn, which is the sum of all lines added and all the lines removed, versus positive churn or negative churn, I can't do that. So this is why I can't use this stat. I could filter out each of these lines, but it doesn't tell me at enough granularity what I want, which sucks. Oh, and we need to ignore all of this stuff, all of our data files, and the make file. We don't care about the make file. So the question is, can I get diff and filter by file name? Or do I have to get the diff and then use Python to process it? Let's find a week with less changes. I guess last week was pretty good to remove 6 and 7, 01 to 08. Oh, 1 to 08. There we are. This one. Yeah, Sound Warehouse got thoroughly changed multiple times. Oh, so I need a week when I didn't have 15,000 insertions and 144,000 deletions. So I need to be able to look at a diff. Oh, we're also ignoring shaders. Okay, I need to get diff to filter on file names. So let's look at the documentation. Yeah, great story. Actually, that folklore.org page, full of good stories from way back in the day. It's great little scroll through. Thoroughly enjoyed it back in the day. Probably means I need to go read the manual, which we all know we don't like doing. So let's get the manual up and see if we can find features that will make our jobs easier. I will therefore share the old browser. Here we go. All right. Cached. See, this might be easier later on. Options, merge base, commit, blob. No. Options. I do not want to generate a patch. That sounds like a terrible idea. No patch. Oh, patch is the. Oh, wait. Maybe I do have to express all output from diff machinery. Get show that show the patch by default to squelch their output or to cancel the effective options like patch or stat. Unified output to a specific file. Not useful. Generate the diff in raw format. Minimal. I'm a little bit curious about these two, patience and histogram. Anchored diff algorithm. Yeah, not interested. Yeah, I'd be curious to try those three. So let's just write those in my notes here. As a thing to think about. Not that one. Where's my thing here? And that's just delightful. I really wish OBS would not lose my mouse while I'm in the browser. Okay, over here. Maybe this will help. All right, so we're going to look at minimal patience algorithm. Oh, no, it did it anyways. Interesting. Oh, it's back. Patience histogram. So those are some I want to play with. It will only let me have my mouse back if I click on Twitch tab. Okay, got my mouse back. So that one's interesting. Anchored, I'm not really interested in. Diff algorithm is the same thing. Stat name width. Compact summary. I'll try compact summary. Which probably means hide the browser so you can actually see this thing. Stat, short stat, -x param dir stat, output the distribution of relative amounts of change for each subdirectory. Don't want. Changes, lines, files, cumulative, limit. Z. Name only. Name status submodules. Color. I want like a filter for which files I want. I don't think they're going to give it to me. No color. Sure, I want raw. Ignore all space. Pretty sure I want to do that. Color plain. Porcelain. None. Word diff regex. I want like a filter. Remove files. Oh, -M. Find find renames. No, find copies, irreversible delete, diff filter. Select only files that are added here. This is fun. Oh. Are unknown or have their pairing broken. Oh. Diff filter does not help. G regex. No. Look for differences that change the number of occurrences of the specified object. Pickaxe. Order file. Skip to file. Interesting. No, it doesn't look like it. Treat all files as text. This is just gonna kind of be quadCount diff. External diff helper, not interested. Source prefix. Destination prefix, not interesting. Nope, I don't see it. All right, we're gonna have to do this hard way. Oh, okay. I was afraid we'd have to do it the hard way, but now I know we have to do it the hard way. So we definitely want these two in our command. So let's build up a command. I want a week of changes where I wasn't all over the sound files. Because I want to be able to manually look at this stuff. Oh, code is what I called it. Code metrics. Okay. So I need a pair of weeks where I didn't munge a whole bunch of different things. So that's 40, 90, whatever. And this one. Only 11,000 lines of change. 70 files. I really wish I could filter based on. Okay, well, not much we can do about that. So, option 1. I'm pretty sure I don't care about white space or blank lines. So I'm pretty sure those are just going to be safe to put in. And it doesn't really change anything anyways for us, so that's fine. I'm curious to see what short stat and num stat with the output, so let's do that. Short stat is indeed shorter. Num stat. Is this what I've been searching for? Is this deletions and additions? We go to journal.org, 16254, journal.org, 216 plus and minus. So it's this 216. It is. So this is exactly what I need. Perfect. I don't have to deal with huge outputs. 216 plus and minus. Oh, numstat. Thank you, numstat. This is what I want. Now the question is, I'm pretty sure it's, well, let's see, let's look at the documentation for numstat. Similar to stat, which shows the number of added and deleted lines in decimal notation and path name without abbreviation to make it more machine friendly. For binary files, outputs 2 -- instead of saying 0, 0. I think it's added and then deleted. That's the only way this makes sense. Because, yeah, Image Warehouse got new images. Yeah, this is growth. This is when we created sandbox scene. Didn't delete anything. Okay, so this is what we want. Boom. Then we can filter the files, honestly. That's straightforward enough. All right, code metrics. So we need to store weekly equals a dictionary. Let's see here. We as a commit comparison. Commit comparison class. Def init self commit 1, commit 2. I was wondering what pair of two things we're comparing, because like I said, we want to do monthly comparison as well as weekly comparison. 2. Then we want positive or positive churn, negative churn. Weekly, monthly. Both of those will contain pairs of commits. We'll just slice and dice them differently. Okay. Not what we need then. All right. Yeah, one thing I want, there's a lot of people who claim, oh, you know, this makes your coding better. Hey, this is more efficient and blah, blah, blah. But nobody measures code well. How do you measure code? So that's what we're just trying to play around with. Explore some ideas. All right. So get lock, get delta lock. Def get weekly churn. Let's just get churn. Commit 1, commit 2. Oh, okay. Get the keys in the right order. We don't need both entries. We need this command here. Okay. I am going to pause briefly for a restroom break. then we will pick right up here. Okay, and we are back. One commit two. I'm thinking maybe delta lock needs to go into this instead of where I've got it. Not sure how I feel about that. We're just playing around, exploring ideas. Okay. Now, there's our commit entry equals, let's see, if he equals. He will be a tuple of the two commit hashes if he not in oh, okay, hold on. He not in weekly. Weekly sub key equals commit comparison of commit one and commit two. Okay. He is not in weekly. It's in a parentheses somewhere. Okay. Entry equals key weekly key. Okay. don't have a good way of ordering these churn things either. I just might commit one. We'll figure it out. All right, sysutils dot execute this command, which gives us output like this. We can split by line. For each line, dot split. I think split does new lines. Python split. By default, it's new lines, right? Oh, it splits by word. Okay. So I do have to include that. Delimiter. If line ends with .hpp or ends with, so it has to be one of our C files. And line and let's see here. Warehouse not in line. And sandbox not in line. And we still have that stupid about scene. Because we actually have real code in about scene now. So up here, if one of the entries date, so which entry's date matters? First one or the second one? Oh, if either one. If either one, then we throw out both about and sandbox. Yes. Test name sandbox if entries of commit one dot date less than this, or the second one is also less than that. 2, then test name equals about. Okay. If it ends at HPP or CPP and it's not got warehouse or about or sandbox in it, then we take the line, we split. First equals line dot split. Entry dot positive churn equals part sub 0 as an integer. Negative churn is the first entry. Is that gonna work? Maybe. Get weekly churn. Commit 1, commit 2. See what I mean? This delta lock probably better to go into the comparisons. And we'll refactor it later. Four. In old commit, new commit. In weekly, is that what we called it? Yes. If old commit, new commit equals entry.commit. We want to get the comparison equals weekly of old commit, new commit. Positive churn. Negative churn. And then our absolute churn. And why not our net churn? I just want to see what all the numbers look like. If we added 150 lines and then we removed 150 lines, our net churn would be 0, but that's obviously not really meaningful. I think absolute churn is going to be way more useful. Okay. Oh. What? Or journal? All right, fine. Let's settle on that. Get dash a dash amend dash no edit. Run it. This could take a bit. Oh, once again we're in C land instead of Python land. Someday I'll remember to do things right. Here, I'll do this. You use a language for a while and you just kind of forget other languages' way of doing things. It's not muscle memory anymore. I've done a lot of Python. There was a while where in C++ I just kept typing a modulus command to interpolate my strings for me. Okay. I don't believe all of this, but here we go. Positive churn, absolute churn, net churn. Huh. What have I done? Maybe it doesn't end with. Maybe. Between week 5 and week 4. We have hundreds of lines. So week 4, the churn is not 0 or 1. So we have a processing issue. Just fine. We will work this out. We will go to 2 places. We're going to short circuit here. That way we only run through once. Now get weekly churn. Churn. There's our line. This file counts. Parts plus, not plus. We'll just string interpolate it in there. Okay, this could end up being a good amount of. Okay, let's do one other thing while we're in here. Counting lines of code. There's actually this one. Counting. Sure. Guess we have some output while it does things. Counting lines of code, and then boom. All right. Here we go. Churn. Each line down to here doesn't matter. This, okay. Action.cpp count. So that's plus 130. Oh, I bet I know what I did. Plus equals. Yeah. This file counts 130 and 0. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All that out of the way. Oh, we gotta remove the break. 0, 2D through index -1 and index. Just so we can see it happening. And then we remove the break. Clean up. Hey. Okay, so our churn, a couple thousand lines, absolute churn, net churn. Yeah, we lost lines this week, as did our growth. Yeah, so this actually matches our growth, right? 146, 146, 9, whatever, does not match our growth. Our net churn not equal our growth. Positive churn minus that churn is this. Net churn growth. Very curious, but here you can see that our churn was unbelievable in 1 week. 1,000 lines, another 2,000 lines. 24. Okay, so I'm just curious what all of these mean. If we look at it in percentage of the previous week's volume, 0.2 f modulus, it will be comp dot pose churn divided by I want the old entry, not the new entry. So entries old commit dot log. Okay. Let's just get percent factor equals 100.0 divided by entries of our old commit dot lines of code. I just multiply it. Times percentage factor rate of churn times our percentage factor. This mess times our percentage factor. Lastly, this mess times our percentage factor. Okay. Unmatched parentheses. I don't believe it. I never mismatch parentheses. There's a third of parentheses. Who would do that? Shame on them. I use Python daily, but I hate the whitespace dependency. Yes. It's for me. It's a love-hate relationship with Python. The code between thought and trying out something new is very, very low. The friction, there's no friction. However, you're right. The whitespace makes it. I don't know. It's tough. It is a nightmare. Python dependency management tools, ecosystem, and whitespace. More than former. Yeah, every time I try to get someone else's Python code to run, it's a nightmare. That's right back to Oh, I didn't copy all the formats. Yeah, every modern language thinks that they need to include dependency hell as part of their package, and so everybody uses it. And then all solutions created so far to fix or control dependency hell really just moved the problem into something else. Now it's in a package manager. Now it's in a Docker container. Now it's whatever. But you just moved it. You hid the problem. So here's one question. What would this look like on a graph? So this week, although it looks like I did very little, or this week, yeah, I'm not sure. 500 lines of code is not very good. Week 6. Was I sick that week? Which week was I short on? Week 7, I only worked 3. I took Monday as a sick day and Tuesday as a sick day. Monday was a sick day. Tuesday, I played a game instead. Something like that. Oh, no, I know what happened. I usually work 4 days a week. I took Monday as a game sick day. So I only worked 3 days. I've also not been consistent with the way that I record these tasks and notes. We should fix that eventually. Okay. We could automate getting the release size. We can't really automate getting the frames per second per week. Okay, what else? So that was a short week anyways, and I wasn't feeling well. So week 7, week 6 to 7 was a low performing week for me. Yeah, 500 lines of code in 3 days. Sounds about right. Okay. So what's the most interesting? Positive or negative churn or absolute churn? We should plot some things. This will probably look more informative in a plot. Python is great for glue code. It's great for prototyping a strange idea. No, I don't write any production code in Python anymore. Ugh. It's like using JSON as your only data file format. So much bloat. Wasted bits. Wasted CPU cycles. There are other options, but the whole internet is built off JSON, which just bleh, makes me sad. It has its place. Has the sole data interchange between all services on the internet. It's what a terrible choice. Of course, there were a lot of poor choices made in web development these days. Which is why when I click a page, it takes 5 or 6 seconds to load still. I've got, gigabit Ethernet everywhere. I've got 600 megabits per second down on broadband. And opening a simple page with a handful of thumbnails takes multiple seconds. Unbelievable. Can you plug this into some graph tool? Yeah, I'm debating which way I want to go. I might just export this as like a comma separated file for a minute and just dump it into like LibreOffice or something. Just for initial giggles. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll do the old spreadsheet method. I don't think the spreadsheet's always the right tool. In fact, I rarely think the spreadsheet is the right tool, but I'm going to plot some data. So code metrics. Okay. So we want to write this in a way I can ingest it into Excel reasonably. Probably we want to walk through this two different ways. What that to do is done. All right. Log entries. And what we want is something a little bit different. We want to output a couple of different things. Log CSV. Int modulus D, modulus S, modulus D. We want entry.week, entry.date, entry.log. Link line. Um, week, date, end date. And lines of code. This one we want week 1, week 2, positive churn, negative churn, absolute churn. I think that's what we want. We're going to ignore growth. Old commit, new commit, in weekly. If new commit equals entry.commit, it's not quite how this is going to work. Oh, okay. Then we get the comp, we get the percentage factor. Boom, boom, boom. That's all going to go away. And we will put out entry 1 equals entry sub commit, old commit. Entry 2 equals entries sub new commit. Then we will print modulus D, which is entry 1 dot week, entry 2 dot week. Positive churn, negative churn, absolute churn. Do we want to include the percentages? Let's just get this printing. That'll be good enough. And then we go to comparison dot positive churn, comp dot negative churn, and then comp dot positive churn plus comp dot negative churn. I don't think the net churn is interesting. It's basically our growth rate. 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Okay. All right. Now when we run this, we should get a table or two printed out. Boom. Week, end date, lines of code. Okay. Let us, should we put the date in? Week 0 compared to week 1. I mean, we can look it up in Excel, but let's just put it up. End date. Entry 2.date. Okay, we'll pull this out, paste it into LibreOffice or something. LibreOffice Calc. Commas. Oh, let's see. Let's share the thing, which I don't know if it's going to work very well. I just have to fight OBS for a while to get it to show what I want. I want a window capture of LibreOffice. It worked, sort of. Hold on. Let me finish this import here, and we'll try that again. Plus window capture LibreOffice. It is not in use. I said cancel before. Where is it? Remove. Make a new window capture. LibreOffice. There we are. Okay, now you should be able to see it. So let's blow this up a bit so you can see. All right, let's see here. Bold, make everything a little bit gray. Outline things and outline things. Bold, gray. An outline and an outline. There we go. So now insert chart, column. How do I feel about columns? Line chart. Okay, our data ranges. We go with, let's see here. I'm trying to remember how they range is my x coordinate, series is my first row as label. So I think that's correct. And data series, week, I don't want. End date, I don't want. It's of code over our week numbers. Range. Y values are those. Okay. So that's lines of code. You can see we've kind of leveled off the last week or two or three. Feel good about that. So we've been working hard. Oops. All right, let's get a new chart. Chart type. We'll go with lines again. Data range. I would really like to move this. Come on. Move. There we go. All right. Chart type. Line. Data ranges. Okay, here's what we're looking for. We want this range. Better. There's no week 2. Data series. We don't want that. We don't want the end date. We don't want the positive. We do want positive churn. Oh, see, that's looking more interesting. Interesting. Range for name, categories, numbers. Okay. So week 1, we had a lot of churn because we added an awful lot of code here. Interesting. Saw a definite dip in productivity between weeks 6 and 7. I was sick that week. But we've had a lot of negative churn this week. The most we've ever had. Because I removed text object. Okay. Well, there you have it. That's what our progress looks like. Code metrics. Very interesting. I'm going to change this. Oh, not that. Data series. Data range. I wish I would highlight things. First column as label. I want something else as label. Categories. I think this is what I want. Week ending 1, week ending 2. Okay. Oh, what? Who changed my colors? Values right, but where'd my colors change? Can I choose my colors? I don't want a printer. Border area, transparency, font effect, position. What happened to my colors? These used to be different colors. See, there they are, back to that way. Whatever. Pretty nice, yeah. I think the churn is more useful than lines of code. How do I feel about the percentage of churn? Churn as a percent. Let's do. Oh, we're getting close to time. All right, let's do this a little bit more. Rename sheet. Call this lines of code. We're gonna add two. We're gonna call this one churn. Call this relative churn. Okay. Lines of code obviously stays here. This goes over to churn. This goes over to churn. And I wonder if it kept my data ranges correctly. Yeah, looks like it did. Cool. At least that was smart of them. All right, relative churn. It would be very similar, except these would be computed values and percentages. All right, let's see. So this is equal to lines of code before. Oh, yeah, there we go. Is it B4? B4. No, we want D4. So total lines of code. So 100 times something. Dollar sign churn dot something divided by that. Churn dot this thing. %. Does that agree with what I put in here before? Just out of curiosity. Oh no. Not D, it's not 4, it would be 3. 19.74. Yes, that's what we had before. Okay, so that is correct. Now, do that. Format cells. Percent. Dollar sign. I think it's the dollar sign to suppress. $1.3, and then I should expect like 21. Okay. So this thing, that. There we go, filled in. Here are the borders. These are borders. Grab this chart. Change its ranges. Not churn. Relative churn. Uh-oh. It's gonna hate me, isn't it? That's not what I want. I want that. Date series. Week 2, end date. Okay. Relative churn, relative churn. I guess that's it. So our churn relative to our code volume has actually been very consistent, except for the week I was sick. Interesting. 20, 11, 20, 26, 26, 20, 25% churn. $23.59 of 15,000. $23.59 over 15,407. 15,407. 15-ish percent. Oh. Okay. D remains the same, but 3 has to change. So those all look right. These did not. There. That still doesn't look right. Churn. 23. So I expect these two to be very similar. Is there a week where I had, 3 times as much positive versus negative on 5 to 6? Yeah. So these look right now. Absolute churn, I'm not sure. 1940 over week 5 lines of codes. Right, 1940 over week 5. 40 over 15023 is 12%. That says 20. Churn G3 over lines of code B3. Oh, I thought I changed those. These are all still referencing 3. I changed that. How dare they? Down. And across. There. That looks better. Yes, very low churn this week. Better churn. Interesting. Now that compared to this doesn't really give you any new insights, I don't think. Except over a longer project with a large body of code and a lot of developers, you would expect a project to have lots and lots of churn at the beginning, and then as you start doing bug fixes, you'd expect it to kind of level off. But I'm a solo flyer right now. The lines of code is not that big. Like, it's only, what are we at, 15,000 lines of code? Yeah. So I can maintain a very high churn rate consistently. So there you go. That's what we've learned about our productivity. 12-ish%. Yeah, I calculated 12%. Perfect. So there you go. That's how it's done. That's how we measure code. Maybe. Is this the best? Is it right? I don't know. Yeah, you can tell when I was sick. That was a absolute garbage week for productivity. What did I do that week? It's only a week or two ago. Journal. That was week 7. Text clipping. Oh, yeah. That's why we got bad outputs. Okay. So firstly, we fixed sounds, which was a tiny refactor, mostly affecting the data we were embedding inside of our sound warehouse. So that was a very low code count add. We created a test C program that does nothing but play a sound, which helped us debug, but that doesn't count towards our code volume or anything either. Transitioning between levels, small fix. We wired up our sandbox. Again, none of that code was ever going to be counted. Fixed some alignment issues. That was the bulk of that day's measurable work. We fixed up a whole bunch of text alignment. But again, these are like small refactors and not really big volume code changes. Then we got text clipping working. So yeah, all the stuff we worked on that week. One, I was sick, so short week, low productivity. And, oh, I guess you can't see because I'm showing the spreadsheet. Yeah, so these are the things I was working on that one really low productivity week. The things I was working on were not big code changes. Cool. See, look at all the insights we're getting from a graph. Hat SD looks good over here, calling Claude AI. Okay. Oh, good old Claude. Yeah. No, I'm really curious to see how your programming language built by AI looks. If you ever end up like a GitHub or a web page or something, I would be interested in looking it over. I wouldn't have any useful feedback. More just as a tourist. I don't do a lot of AI stuff. I don't find it interesting. So, all right, we're probably gonna wrap it up there. But thanks for joining. Tomorrow we're gonna do compiler from scratch. Okay, cool. Well, I should say let's do this. Let's do this. I have a Discord channel. You can join me there. Get notifications when I go online. Although Twitch will also do that. Yeah, if you join up to the Discord server and drop the link in the programming or something, start some conversation there. Definitely be awesome. Should we raid somebody? Who's a good person to raid? Prismatica Dev, maybe? Just see what they're working on. Somebody's doing some. That. Let's see what else. We could do. Who's this? Look for someone to raid. Okay, not that one. Who's this person? Can't tell. That is an ad. Let's see. I don't know. Not really seeing too much I want to raid into. Okay, we'll probably just call it good there. Thanks for joining. Thanks for dropping in. And we will catch you next time. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.